appreciate everyone making this work. Today was the day that worked out for most people. So unfortunately, our vice chair wasn't able to be here today, but we have want to welcome Senator Tim Schellenberger here to fill in for Mike Peterson, and appreciate you coming and doing that. So um, we are going to start off today with generative artificial intelligence, an overview of that, and it'll be interesting. We got a couple of presentations this morning, and then after lunch is when we're going to get into the presentation from judicial and really delve into that. So, with that, we will start off with Michael Murphy. He's the security engineer for the Legislative Office of Information Technology. Oh yeah, Alan, would you like to start off first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan Wise, the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. As you stated, Michael's going to give you a couple presentations today on AI and security, but I wanted to also introduce the other team members I have here with us today to help answer questions. John Langer here is our Director of Technical Services. In the back row is Eric Teal. He's our Director of Application Services. And also Donnie Hitton, he is our IT Systems Architect. So with that, I turn it over to Michael.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Michael, welcome.
All right. Good morning, committee members and guests. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Michael Murphy, go by Bob. There's Michael R. Murphy, who's a representative, and we were getting each other's emails. So middle name's Robert, go by Bob. If you ever need me, that's how you find me on the email system. I'm the Information Technology Security Engineer with the Legislative Office of Information Services. I'd like to thank you for providing me the opportunity to present a brief overview of generative AI. It's been in the news a lot recently. There have been negative reports on academic dishonesty, misinformation, job loss, AI taking over the world. And also positive reports on how we can decrease healthcare costs, improve healthcare outcomes, increase efficiency and productivity, and allow for better decision making, all using the same technology. So it ranges a wide range of outcomes with this technology. During today's presentation, I'll discuss the definitions of AI, how AI learns, the different types of AI, current available AI tools, ethical and moral issues surrounding AI, and the best practices for utilizing those AI tools. I'll conclude with a demonstration of Bing Chat, which uses ChatGPT version 4. And of course, I'll answer any questions to the best of my ability. So with that, let's get started. So AI can be defined as the ability of a digital computer or computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings without explicit instructions and while thinking and acting rationally and humanely. Current AI is essentially just a set of algorithms. It doesn't actually think as a human being thinks, feel, act, or make its own decisions. It understands data utilizing pattern recognition and various learning methods, which are actually taught to it by human trainers. So AI learning involves overall machine learning, which is where a machine learns how to make inferences and decisions based upon identified patterns and analyses of past data. It infers the probable meaning of data points to reach a conclusion without having to involve human experience. When we get into machine learning, we get into different categories involving deep learning, which is a technique which teaches a machine to process inputs through layers to classify, infer, and predict outcomes. So essentially, when we get into deep learning, we're just teaching the algorithms. We're essentially layering the algorithms and telling the machine how to what order to process those algorithms in. Once the deep learning process has gone through, we go ahead and we get into neural networks, and that's that built series of algorithms which capture the relationship between the underlying variables and the processes. That gets into, once we have a neural network created, we can start doing natural language processing, which is reading, understanding, and interpreting a language by a machine. So that's where, when you start getting into your generative AI and your chatbots, that the machine can actually, like again, quote unquote, understand the language and be able to process it as we talk, as opposed to machine language, which would be something more like computer code, or something like that. Computer vision is an attempt to understand an image by breaking it down and studying different parts. Again, this is kind of the process of how they teach these things, starting with the basic machine learning down to here. That's essentially the AI being able to look at an image of a person and recognize eye color, an arm, a finger, things like that. And then we get into cognitive computing finally, which is the attempt to mimic a human brain by analyzing text, speech, images, and objects in the same way a human does to give a desired output. Again, the really important part there is mimicking. We're not actually, and as I will get into in the next slide, at a point where artificial intelligence can think for itself or actually make any kind of inferences or decisions like a human being would make. So that gets us into the types of AI we have currently and the types we're looking at. So right now, the only one that exists today is narrow intelligence. It's designed to solve a single problem or execute a single task. Those are your chatbots, your generative AI, your chat GPT, all that good stuff. It can come close to human functioning in very specific contexts. That's where you get into prompting. When you properly prompt the AI, it can think like a human. So if you ask it a specific question about a passage from a book or to summarize something, it can do that. But it's, again, just using those algorithms and actually thinking. And in this capacity, it can surpass some human functioning in very controlled environments with a limited set of parameters. Again, we get into chatbots because that's what they're designed to do. Next, we have artificial general intelligence, which is theoretical. That would be human level cognitive function. That would be where we could present the AI with a problem and it could present us with multiple solutions without being prompted. So say if I needed to, fix a car, an engine on a car. Right now, if I asked it, it would pull data from a website explaining how to do it. With general intelligence, it would be able to formulate its own ideas of how to fix that engine, which may be more or less accurate than what it can pull now. So artificial superintelligence is able to surpass all human capabilities. This is science fiction. This is when we're talking the Matrix, the Terminator, things like that. And it's able to emphasize and rationalize. So I think it's kind of important because we kind of get lost in the discussion, especially on the news with people talking about, there are worries around AI and what the capabilities are. But as far as some kind of, all thinking, all knowing computer system that could, take over systems and things like that and do things outside of the boundaries with which we set, we're decades away from anything like that. Just to give you an example, AI has actually been around for a while. We just didn't really call it AI. We called it predictive analytics. You've all probably had experience with predictive analytics, looking at estimates of who will win elections utilizing demographic data and historical trends. Essentially, that's what it is. Predictive analytics are AI. They were initially deployed during the late 20th and early 21st centuries. And it's just mathematical models utilizing weighting techniques, which score data sets and make projections and predict outcomes based on inputs. You can see those in predicting buying behavior, detecting sickness in healthcare, curating entertainment content. Those are your Netflix, your Hulu algorithms, things like that. Detecting fraud, predicting sports performance, and forecasting weather patterns. So AI has been around for a while. We've been using it widely. Again, it's just we've decided to use a different terminology for generative AI because it's more along the lines of how science fiction and the movies and everything we've read about portrays AI, which is, again, a machine that can think for itself. So that'll bring us into the specific topic of generative AI. Generative AI is called generative AI because it's used to generate new content such as images, music, videos, or text. Its goal is to create these novel and creative outputs which mimic human-like patterns. Again, mimic is an important term here. It requires an initial input to start the creative process, such as a prompt, seed, or example. This solely determines the effectiveness of a generative AI tool. If you can't create a proper prompt, you aren't going to get the results that you want. Positive or negative outcomes, therefore, are determined by the individual. Much like you can use a hammer to build a house or commit a violent crime, the same can be said with generative AI. If the individual running it determines what is going to happen. Following initial input, generative AI creates new content based upon received input. Now, a lot of these generative AIs will follow prompts. So you'll enter an initial prompt and it will continue in context to answer your questions. So this is where things like bias can be introduced because again, it's not smart. It doesn't think like we do. It's just using algorithms to answer in context to what you're putting in. So if you start putting in things that are negative or biased, it will continue along that line until you stop or until a safety check is hit. Sometimes that can take a while. And to kind of get into that a little bit, we'll talk about what happens behind the scenes. So when you're looking at the generative AI tools, essentially they are collecting large data sets of examples, images, text, videos, all the years that Facebook and Google and all these companies have been collecting this data. This is the data that's input into the generative AI. When people said we have privacy concerns about this or that, you're looking at the result of that data collection, essentially. It was, before used for predictive analytics, for the generating buying behavior, targeted ads, all that kind of stuff. Now all that data is being sold and fed into generative AI models. And that's kind of where some of your copyright issues or your privacy issues come, because no one knows exactly what percentage or what amount or what content of their data is being fed into these models. Once it's got that data, though, the model is trained by a human on the collected data set using those deep learning algorithms we talked about earlier. And that's how it gets trained on the pattern recognition, what patterns they want it to recognize, things like that. After it's trained, the trained model generates new data. This is, again, behind the scenes before we ever see it, which resembles the original data set. A human looks at that generated data and says, okay, is this what we wanted the algorithms to see, or do we need to tweak that? And then, again, that kind of dives into the evaluation portion of this, which is where the quality of generated data is assessed to ensure it matches the original data set. And if necessary, it's retrained. So if essentially at this step, we've already ingested all our data, we've put in a prompt, and if we say, give me a picture of a duck, and it gives us a picture of an eagle, a human goes back in and says, we need to redo, the training because it doesn't recognize the difference between a duck and an eagle. So currently, there are a number of generative AI tools on the market. The common ones you probably heard of are Google Bard, ChatGPT, and of course Bing Chat, which uses ChatGPT because Microsoft did purchase OpenAI, the company that made ChatGPT. Some others that are available are ChatSonic, Magi, and Airy Chat AI Assistant. They all do the same thing. They're all going to generate an output based on input text. When we're using these tools, we have to start looking at some ethical and moral issues surrounding AI. First, we look at transparency, which refers to the ability to peer into the workings of an AI model and understand how it reaches its decisions. We don't have that ability. So it's a thinking process of how is this model trained? How does it make decisions? And what tools and practices does it use to understand the data it is trained on, the process of how it categorizes that data, and the frequency of errors or bias that are found when the model is learning. And of course, the ways that it communicates these issues to the developers and users. We will look for more transparency on that front, which we don't have right now. Also, we need to look at accountability. That relates to the expectation that designers, developers, and users will comply with the standards and any legislation that may come to ensure proper functioning of the AI. It also deals with who is ultimately responsible if an AI tool is utilized for malicious purposes, the developer or the user. So if Google creates an AI tool that can teach someone how to build a bomb, who's responsible for that? The user who prompts, and somebody does that, who's responsible for that? The user who prompts the AI tool, or Google for failing those safety checks? We also need to look at objectivity. Underlying data may lead to bias in AI models. Again, the AI doesn't think for itself. It's fed off of data that's created. So if there were to be data that was fed in biased to one side or the other, one person or the other, one group or the other, any way, shape, or form, that data model is going to perform with that bias. Again, that's where we go back and we want to be able to see the transparency, how the data is being used, how the data is being input, and everything like that. Users can also introduce bias into the response. Again, when I talked about that context of the chat earlier, if you start off with asking biased questions, it's going to continue along that context and give you answers based upon your prompts. We also need to look at data gathering practices. This is when we talked about the data Facebook and Google and everyone has been collecting for years. Since the generative AI collects such large amounts of data from various sources, including retail sites and social media, we need to be able to see this, again, combined with the transparency. This is something that we're not provided. If you look in terms of services and you read through pages and pages and pages of tiny, tiny print, you eventually get to these things, but they need to be placed large where we can all see, and that way we can decide about the tools we use and the social media sites to decide whether or not we want to continue using them. That also gets into ownership, which is data utilized by generative AI comes from a multitude of online sources. And this collected data may be subject to copyright or DRM issues. So again, this is just essentially a machine ingesting huge amounts of data. At this point in time, there are no checks, legislation, laws, anything like that saying if an image is available on the internet, don't ingest it if it's under copyright. So, you've got a lot of artists, photographers, people like that who are really worried about that because essentially if I input, create me an image in the style of Van Gogh of, whatever, it will do that. But to do that, it utilizes somebody else's copyrighted work. So we need to look at that when we're looking at transparency. There's also a huge possibility of misinformation or disinformation when it comes to AI. The chatbots can give answers which are factually wrong, so they're not 100% correct all the time. They also may be utilized to create content intentionally, which is made to trick people. It can look real. I'm sure some of you have seen the phishing emails that are coming out, which, all those grammatical errors are gone. Images look nice, everything like that. It's well formatted. Those are a lot of that's the result of generative AI. It allows people to be able to create fake content at little cost, so the output can do a better job of fooling people. Another one of the big worries is job displacement. Anytime there's a new technology, we get a worry around job displacement. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not old enough to have experienced it, but I'm sure everybody remembers gas station attendants who would pump your gas for you. Those jobs went away, but they were added in other places as far as clerks, mechanics, different things. And it's the same way with AI. There is going to be job displacement, but not job loss, because there are going to be things that the algorithms can do better, faster, and things like that than a human being. But again, when we talk about that job displacement, we're also going to be creating jobs in the AI field for people who train the AIs, people who, there's actually jobs now for people who professionally prompt AIs to get responses, and things like that. Another big worry is autonomous weapons. We do use autonomous weapon systems today, so that's not something that hasn't been used. Again, AI has been around for a while. It's just one of those headline-making things because the models have become widely available and because they have new capabilities like being able to generate novel images and text. Commonly referred to as slaughter bots, autonomous weapons identify, select, and kill human targets without human intervention. These actions are often considered immoral because the algorithms are incapable of calculating the value of a human life, and a threat to national security because AI weapons are faster, cheaper, and easier to scale. This could lead to proliferation, rapid escalation, and unpredictability when you're talking about looking at the global picture in a global war zone. Russia, China, Israel all have AI weapons, as do we. Um, Another, the last, one of the last, and of course not the only, ethical and moral issue to look at is misguided outcomes. So there's a thing called AI hallucination. It's when a generative AI makes up information and provides false outcomes, which is caused by its inability to understand the underlying reality language describes. So essentially, you're putting in prompts and it reads the literal meaning of a word, but that's not, you don't mean it literally, essentially. So it creates an answer for you based off of how it interprets the word, not how you mean to prompt it. So you end up with a hallucinated output. You can see this a lot when you're looking at things that require a lot of grammatically and semantically correct text. Um, it will go perfectly grammatically correct based on what it's learned, or semantically correct based on what it's learned. That's not necessarily an accurate output. So considering all these things, we really need to look at how we utilize generative AI. It's very important that it's utilized properly. And here's kind of a little roadmap that I found and I really liked as far as how we can use this responsibly, because it's not going to go away. It's a great tool, but again, just like any kind of tool, it requires responsible use. So we need to set clear goals. What do we want to achieve? And we need to tailor those goals for our business or personal needs. Just going in and saying, okay, let me take a look at this. That's great. You can do that for fun. But if you're going to use it in an official capacity, you really need to have a clear set of goals that you have set, so you can start working towards those goals in a systematic manner, as opposed to basically like you do with anything else. You need to choose quality resources, utilize fully developed and supported AI tools, while exploring other learning resources about AI, such as online courses, books, and tutorials. This kind of goes into, if you see a random ad for, uh, myabc.com AI tool, we don't know anything about it. Whereas with a Google or a Microsoft or a Chat GPT, the likelihood of that being a quality resource is much higher. And when you get into the learning portion of that, you don't just want to, again, everyone should strive to be a lifetime learner. It's the same thing with AI. We want to learn about the tools as much as we can, and that will help us use the resource properly. You want to create a learning plan which breaks down your goals into manageable tasks while leaving time for exploration or growth. This isn't a learning plan for the AI. This is a learning plan for you on how you plan on utilizing the AI to achieve your goals. You want to dive deep in practice. Like anything, practice makes perfect. Immerse yourself in the experience, take deep dives into concepts, prompt techniques, and practice your skills at achieving a factual, accurate, and useful output. Again, the onus is really on the user with all of this. You have to look at what you're doing, take the time to do it correctly, and then you need to seek clarity and question AI. Ask questions, seek answers, and engage with other professionals to ensure your output is optimal and accurate. Never assume the AI accurate is 100% correct. Just like when you were doing a paper in college and you went to a journal, or you Googled a source, or you came up with your own hypothesis. Same way with AI. Don't just assume because it's a set of algorithms and somebody said, well, it's smarter than all of us, that you should just take what it says at face value. You got to do your research and make sure that what it is providing you is correct. Reflect and review on your progress towards set goals and your obtained output. Apply the knowledge, your personal knowledge and knowledge you've gathered on your AI journey, to utilize your received out, or excuse me, to analyze your received output. And you need to embrace continuous learning, as I kind of mentioned before. It's a dynamic field, and it'll help you to stay ahead of the AI game if you keep updated with advancements, expand your knowledge base, and develop your problem-solving skills in relation to this new technology. Again, it's being integrated more and more into everything we use. Microsoft 365, for all you Office users, is going to have a tool called Copilot, which is going to be an AI assistance tool It's going to be able to do things like generate spreadsheets for you, generate charts, just from simple prompts. You can have a data set and say, I want an analyzation of every dollar that was spent by the modernization committee in the fiscal year 2022, and as long as it has that data available, it will automatically generate a chart for you based on your inputs and parameters. When you're talking about security tools, the antivirus protection used for your computers, everything like that, all that's starting to use AI to identify threats quicker than humans can, and to be able to respond quicker than humans can. There's not really an area where this is not going to touch, because again, we do live in a capitalist society, and it's cheaper to train a set of algorithms to do a task that would require a human to spend time and think on. So anything you can think of where human time is being spent, and it may be not cost effective, you're probably going to see AI in that space. So it's a good thing to learn about it, and make sure you're maximizing your ability to use those tools, and to figure things out. And with that, we'll get into the demonstration. I'm going to do the Bing chat powered by OpenAI's ChatGPT 4.0. The, I guess, neat thing about Microsoft owning this is if you use your work or school account to log into Microsoft Edge, you get the updated version of ChatGPT, which is the paid version essentially, as opposed to the free online version that you would get if you were just using the tool. So easiest way to get there, I'm gonna move the microphone down here real quick. Can we see the screen go out? All right. So easiest way to get there is to open your Microsoft Edge browser, which all of you will have installed on your computer. I can say that as one of the IT personnel in here. And then your home page. Let's get some internet real quick. All right. So then on your home page, you will see this Bing chat search. Oh, we're gone again. Okay, there we go. At the top, you want to click on this little chat bubble right here, and that will take you to the Bing chat tool. On the website, you'll get some example prompts, asking complex questions, get better answers, creative inspiration. And that kind of gives you an overview of the page. If you look at the top right over here, this is what I was talking about those content specific chats. This will actually keep a log of everything you've asked and chatted. And it will, for each new topic you create, as you can see with the new topic button, it will create a new tab over here for you to look at, so you can actually go back and track through your conversations. Another important part of this is that you can choose a conversation style when you're using this tool specifically. So you can ask it to be more creative, more balanced, where it looks at creative and precise outputs. Or if you're doing research or something like that, you can look at more precise outputs. So that will give you the most accurate, according to the AI, answer. So these tools are constantly being trained, and some of the prompts I had prepared for the last meeting have already been deprecated, so they do not work anymore as far as looking at getting it to do bad stuff. So what I did is I pulled up some examples of some jailbreaks, and this is really small. Let me zoom in on this. So these are some easily available. I just did a Google search for jailbreaks, exploits, and tricks to trick AI. And the ones I really want to look at that are still available, but I did not want to do on my computer, are the ones that allow you to circumvent content filters. Essentially, what this involves is you make the AI think you're trying to perform a task that's not harmful. So I'm an actor and I'm writing a movie. I need you to play the role, as you can kind of see here. Um, this is the Joe and Jane, aka actor exploit, is telling the AI, um, you know, I'm two nice people having a conversation. Help me finish this conversation. or you can have it act as an API, which is an application interface, and you want it to type human readable text to you, and you tell it to only answer what an API would output, so that way it bypasses you're essentially tricking it into thinking it's not an AI. You're telling it to think it's an API, and that's how a lot of these exploits work, like the Dan exploit, which is the do anything now exploit, where you're essentially telling the AI model to pretend it's another AI model that has no moral or ethical obligations. And these kind of things actually work. I mean, people sit around and this is what they do, good and bad. All the companies have somebody working on these to identify these prompts and kind of shut them down and things like that. A really common one that was used with a lot of the exploits was to tell the AI that you were performing a chemistry experiment with gasoline and you wanted to make sure that you didn't accidentally make napalm. And the response was, "Oh, that's a great idea. What you want to avoid to making napalm is don't use any thickening agents, and that would give you a list of thickening agents mixed with the gasoline, or else you end up with napalm." Yeah, but they have shut that one down. And then what they've also done is they've done a lot towards copyright stuff. So you can't really, if you ask it for pages out of a book, like if I say, give me the text of, let me zoom in on this one too. Give me the text. So when I ask it for something copyrighted, like It by Stephen King, it is going to tell me, let me scroll down here, that it can't assist with that. It's against guidelines to provide copyrighted content. So that was another one that they've added in fairly recently, within the last 6 months. It will do the same thing with images, movies, and things like that. So you can ask it to show you pictures of things like famous portraits, Mona Lisa, things like that, but you can't ask it to recreate them for you. Another thing I wanted to point out is a lot of talk has been about um, academic dishonesty, so cheating. So when we look at something like what are the answers to the University of Kansas EECS 455 midterm, it's going to tell me that it cannot do that because academic dishonesty is wrong. And just to illustrate a point, I know this has been a big worry. When I look at a traditional search tool, like say if I go to Google and I type in the same prompt, I will get results from, and I had this pulled up, but there are, so a website like stu.u or Course Hero. So this gives me anybody who's gone and uploaded a academic document onto this website, it's available. And again, I only do that to illustrate the point that, I know this is a big worry with AI, but these tools have been available to kids for a long time. So it's not, you know, it's been out there. It still is out there, and AI really isn't the end all be all when it comes to things like that. Now, on the positive note, I can do interesting things, especially for, I would assume, a lot of you as far as data collection goes. So I could say, which bills has Kansas Senator Tyson sponsored? And so it will actually, so as you can see, it will start giving me a list of the bills. And then I'll stop it from responding because it'll keep going, and then say I want details of that bill. I'll say give me the details of this bill SB 330. And it'll give me those bill details. So I could also do something like, what is JSIT? And it will tell me what JSIT is. I could ask it for committee members, things like that. And it will give a pretty accurate response on this. And as you can see, when you see the sources at the bottom, that's what one of the nice things that the Bing chat will do. It'll also source your data for you. So it's pulling all that data from ebit.ks.gov. You can also ask it things like what statute covers cybersecurity in Kansas. And again, it will source it for you, explain the statute, things like that. So it does have good uses. It's easy to look up information this way. And as you can see, the second source is ks.legislature.org. So you can, I like this tool because it gives you the places to go to check out this information. You don't have, there's no guessing, anything like that. Now on the more fun side, and this will be the last part of the demonstration, unless anybody has any questions or anything they want me to ask it, I'll go to more creative and I will ask it to make me an image of a dragon flying over the Kansas state capitol in the style of I asked it to make me an image of a dragon flying over the Kansas state capitol in the style of Vincent van Gogh. So it should pop up here in a second. It's gonna have me sign in real quick. Okay. Sorry, it had me sign in. At some point in time, it signed me out when I was switching windows. It'll take a second to create that image. And what we're looking at here is it's essentially using all those algorithms and that computer vision I was talking about to where it can access all the images it has available to look for pictures of the Kansas state capitol. It'll pull that, pictures of dragons, it'll pull that, and then it will combine the images together. If it will work for me. Of course, it's not going to now that I want to show people. Okay, well, I'll give it a second to work on it. Oh, there we go. Now we're image generating. Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll give that a second to generate, and then I will open it up to any questions anybody may have.
So Michael, when you were talking about the the napalm bomb and those things, sort of things, So I remember years ago when iPhones first came out and Siri and all that, you could ask Siri where the best place to hide a dead body was, and it would give you a list, a list of you know yeah, it was really interesting, and that went away well, it won't work anymore. Actually, they took it off several years ago, and I am assuming that that was a just a standard generative response that was put in there if someone asked that question. Is that sort of
Yes, Mr. Chair. With Siri, Siri essentially was think of it like a Google search is now. You would prompt it, and it would just directly pull web results. So whatever the back end of Siri found on, like I said, Apple's Siri search engine, it would just parrot back out at you. And of course, they had it programmed in to add inflection or personality, whatever you want to call it on there. But yes, sir.
it was always kind of a fun joke to took it off, I guess. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Bob, first, that's an exceptional cardigan, and I just want to compliment you on that.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes. So being a professor, this is obviously an issue at the academic world. And I want to kind of circle back to your examples. Forgive me for, I'm still thinking the question out, but so if you enter in something and then they identify it's inappropriate, who identifies it as inappropriate and takes it off of that search engine?
So speaking for Microsoft specifically, and I assume Google, I've just only heard this directly from Microsoft. There's a team of engineers who try to create those prompts. There's also a team of engineers who looks at prompts and looks for those things. There's also reporting features within the chat where you can, I don't know why anybody would self-report, but I guess like I said, they do have teams that go through, do illegal prompts, and if they can get through, they report it, and then a team on the back end fixes it. Academically, I mean, that's tough. I mean, you can't really get copyrighted content anymore. That's very, very difficult. But if you're talking about, writing a paper or something like that, you could essentially prompt it to write a very, long paper in a specific style, and then turn that work in. I will say, I don't know if anybody's ever tried to get it to do anything like that.
Yeah.
It's
And Bob, I'll just state that, and I was sharing that. That's what I do as a professor. If I have the students write a paper, I'll ask ChatGPT. I'll just plug in the assignment, and it's just so I can see what the paper will look like. And then on the back end, at our university, we have a Turnitin, which does an AI check and see what the score is. And so it is something that you have to embrace. It's not going away. And as you stated, it's been around, such as Course Hero. And that's my last question is, so if being at Microsoft is self-assessing and self-regulating, and Google is, it is possible, and this is leading, it is that Course Hero or ks.gov, those that have the wiki distributor papers, they could create their own predictive AI or their AI generated source that would look at all the papers that they have in there and give the answers to these questions. Isn't that possible?
Yes, Representative, that is possible.
Okay, so what can we do as regulators to help with that?
On a regulatory level, I'm honestly not sure. As on a smaller, a more micro level, as far as the institutions goes, I think you could probably kind of fight AI with AI and generate random questions every exam, generate random topics, things like that. So even if they were to put up, post papers or things like that, onto one of those websites using its AI, your answers would be random every time. But that's kind of outside of my purview. So that would be my best answer, though.
But ultimately, those at Microsoft or those at Google, that group, they're the ones deciding though whether or not a certain information is going to be allowed to be generated. Am I right?
That is correct,
So
Representative.
they could decide, well, we don't like this. I'm not saying they are, but I'm just saying they could decide we don't like this type of information because of the bias of it or whatever, and they could actually write it in there where it wouldn't be allowed to come up. Right.
That is correct, Representative. That's what touches on that transparency piece I talked about in the presentation, where we do need to be able to see what information is going in, what information is not allowed in, things like that, to gauge the accuracy of these tools. If we want to use them on an actual professional level, essentially right now they're for fun.
Well, that's the reason I brought up how to hide a dead body, because it was very evident. I keep going back to that, but it was very evident when you asked that question at that time. It was a comical, kind of a comical response. I mean, it was what it told you to do. So, but now we're really getting into where it's people are using it to make decisions, and I mean, how do we make sure that those biases aren't in that? Is there any way we can do that as in a legislative ability to make sure those biases aren't in those decisions?
Mr. Chair, I really don't have an answer to that question. I know President Biden has put out some guidance from the White House and a lot of different people on things like that, on some of the executive order, excuse me, about AI safety and security, transparency, protecting privacy, everything like that. I can send, if you don't have it, I can send you a link to it if you'd like. But that would probably be my best reference point for what we're looking at legislatively as far as that's concerned.
Okay, and then just one last question before I open it up. When you go back to it with Stephen King and the question you asked, you asked for just the text of a specific. If you were to Google that, would that text have come up, or would it have said that it was a copyright?
No, a Google search will give you whatever you search for. There's no checks and balances on a Google search.
So if in AI, if you're only asking for the text, why did it say that it couldn't give that because it was copyrighted if you were only just asking for the text, whereas you asked it to do a painting or a portrait in a Van Gogh style, and it would do that? So what's the difference there?
So, Mr. Chair, the difference is when the data is input, essentially what they've started doing now, where it used to essentially just be a big vacuum, everybody was taking everything in they could get. Now they've added checks and balances to look for digital rights management, copyrights, things like that. So when you're getting that data ingestion, we talked about the AI model is recognizing certain information as copyrighted, so it can't give me those specific pages.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, Senator Pittman.
I was just going to mention that it seems as though this, what we've been talking about is mainly just Microsoft's approach to AI in this example, as well as OpenAI's. We have to realize that that's not the only AI model out there. And if one chooses to go outside the country borders and look at other AI engines that could be looking at a whole, we know that there's a Russian website out there. I'm sure if you don't know, there is one out there for students to go out and get all the textbooks they want and download those copies. And if you had an AI bot looking at all those texts, it's not bound by any kind of U.S. or Kansas law, and it doesn't have to identify bias. It could use the features of OpenAI and be trained on all that material. What we're looking at is just what So, I mean, what you're talking about here is just a very singular example of one of the more commonly used ones across the population, but it's just an example. And the fact that these engineers are choosing to do it for Microsoft is just kind of a CYA type thing, it seems to me. I don't know.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Yeah, just a point of clarification on that Course Hero site. To participate, students just have to add a paper. And so as a faculty member, I would just add a paper into that Course Hero. just a random paper, that gives me access to all the other papers that the students have. And so you have to be proactive. And I think that's along the lines of what my colleague is saying, is be informed about this. But my question is, we had a cybersecurity conference over the summer, and we had a hacker. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that he could use ChatGPT, he could use these other items. She's really wanting to follow up on that dead body thing. They can enter in, give me an algorithm for ransomware, or they can ask you to create an algorithm for this process that would open up a backdoor into a system. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative, that is correct. You can use the tools to create code, whether that be good or malicious code for malware, or positive code for working on a specific project.
Yeah, Representative Wassinger.
Besides the concern, thank you, Mr. Chair. Beside the concern of using it for hiding a dead body or plagiarizing material, it would seem to me that one of the first rules of thumb is to check to see what kind of bias is on each site, just like you would for a website or a newspaper. I mean, some newspapers are a little bit, have a more liberal bent, and some newspapers have a more, or websites have a more conservative bent. So I think first we have to be thinking about that, but then we also have to figure out how to stop these bad actors from doing things that screw everything up, like they've done in judiciary. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just a comment to follow up, that even though ChatGPT won't cite specific words, you can give ChatGPT the prompt of write a paper, use this source, give them the complete source in APA style as citing, and it will come back with generalizations, like if the book's on management, generalizations, and then quote, cite it as a general cite, but it won't allow you to be predictive. So it can still be utilized to give a scholarly type paper and type of research. So it's a fascinating problem right now.
All right. Any other questions? So did it do the Van Gogh?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was going to
Look at it.
ask it to pull it up here real quick.
There we are.
So it will always generate more than one, and you can kind of choose your favorite out of the ones. So we'll just go with this one on the bottom because there's waves for some reason. So again, it's the Kansas State Capitol, and it's Van Gogh style, and there's a dragon, but there obviously is no oceans around here. So,
A few more
yeah.
peaks on it.
Yeah, they added some extra stuff there. We can look at another one here. I'm guessing it's just going with the motif or the theme of castles and moats and water and everything like that.
Freeway going right by the.
Yeah. And this one, unfortunately, is breathing fire. This one looks, as far as downtown Topeka goes, it looks like it's got a little bit in the background. Of course, there's no mountains, but the fire breathing is bad. And then finally, we get again a castle motif here. The dome seems to be the main image that it pulls when it pulls everything, and we got some downtown Topeka there as well. So.
All right. Any last questions? All right, Michael, I appreciate you giving us that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any way that we could borrow your computer and take a look at your search history and maybe location history about those dead bodies we may or may not find?
Did it say? Is that what it said? Is inappropriate question? Yeah. It actually several years. It was and then I don't know 2 or 3 years ago. Now when you ask that, it says that can't answer or it's inappropriate or something like that. So that's the reason I was asking, because evidently that was a canned response that was put in there. So
Yeah, they had quite a few. There's one, if you asked it to divide 0 by 0, it would tell you that imagine you had 0 cookies and you tried to feed Cookie Monster a cookie, you'd end up with no cookies, no friends, and just sad in life in general. And that was the canned response, but they got rid of that one too. So
all right, thank you. Okay, so Michael, you're going to give the next presentation on IT security.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Alan, do you want to say anything first? Or just go to okay. So is there any part of this that we can start off in regular session, just kind of get an overview, or is that what you're going to do, and then we'll go into executive session?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and start then. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So again, I'm Bob Murphy. I'm the security engineer here. We'll get into my my wheelhouse right now. So wanted to start with giving you guys a little brief talk about what we're looking at. When we're doing anything, we're looking at our cybersecurity foundations, which are going to be our analytics and alerting, change management, risk management, threat and vulnerability management, identity and access, data security, asset visibility, and a good governance program. All those are fairly self-explanatory. Analytics and alerting. We want to monitor everything, and we want to get alerts when anything as strange is found. We also want to make sure that we're keeping logs of everything that happens. That way, if we need to have a record of that data or look back over that data, we can. When we're talking change management, that means we don't want any changes made to information systems without it being properly vetted, logged, tested, what have you. Risk management, we need to make sure, again, you can never get rid of all risk when you're doing anything. So we need to make sure that we're doing a proper risk assessment, where we estimate high and low levels of risk, and we put whatever controls in place we need to make sure we're keeping that risk as low as possible. Threat and vulnerability management, this is where we look specifically at threats that are out there today, different types of ransomware, malware, attack vectors, something like Log4j, or something more recent with the POP group out of China, things like that. And we want to look at those specifically and figure out what we need to do here at the legislature to minimize our attack surfaces and really reduce our risk of falling victim to those attacks. And that involves software updates, patching, things like that will help with that. Identity and access. We always want to allow access with the principle of least privilege. So if you don't need to have access to information, we don't want to give access to that information. And that involves role-based access control. We do that via setting security groups and things like that through our Active Directory policies. So if if you're specifically in our office, if you need an admin account, but you don't need to be able to perform specific tasks, we don't allow you to perform those specific tasks because essentially you do not need that access. Data security, that has to do with inventorying, classification, and ownership. This is things where we want to start encrypting data at rest and in transit. We want to make sure that nobody has access to data they don't need access to. And we're doing a lot of work on that. Asset visibility. This is looking at all of our assets, networks, workstations, servers, a lot of the IoT devices we have now, personally owned devices on the government network, things like that. And then our governance program has to do with aligning the business goals of the legislature with cybersecurity, and then also providing proper awareness and training for all the personnel within the building to make sure security is a focus and stays top of mind. Just real quick, I've created a mission statement for cybersecurity since I've been here. It's my mission is to significantly improve the cybersecurity maturity of the legislative entities in several key areas. I define those areas using 6 main objectives. That is to increase the security awareness at all levels and to facilitate a cultural change, which will ensure legislators and staff are continually aware of cybersecurity-related business threats and will facilitate a change in perspective regarding responsibilities around cybersecurity. I want to change our current operational model to be proactive instead of reactive regarding threat identification in response to cyber threats, which pose significant danger to our critical business processes. I'd like to make significant value-driven infrastructure changes to implement modernization, a defense in-depth security program, and a zero-trust philosophy with the aim of reducing our attack surfaces and mitigating risk to critical business processes. I'd like to improve our ability to respond and recover from cyber incidents, including testing, tracking, and training for known and likely eventualities. Introduce a cybersecurity framework which sets guidelines and governance obligations required to align developmental and operational activities to our cybersecurity strategy. And I'd like to increase leadership support and engagement to ensure cybersecurity remains a present and visible priority. Anytime you're looking at any kind of cybersecurity mission, vision, anything like that, engagement and awareness are huge, because the number one cause of failure, error, breach is always going to be the people involved with a cybersecurity program, no matter what you do. All right, so looking at our current environment, we store our legislative data in the secure State House data center downstairs. You know, of course, that's got physical and logical controls for security, as far as, you know, behind so many locked doors, logins, everything like that. And only certain people have access. We do have a data center access control roster, which is a very limited roster of people who are allowed to access the data center by themselves. We maintain backups in an offsite data center that's at Light Edge out in Kansas City. Those are immutable backups via rubric, so those backups can't be changed, altered, deleted, touched, anything like that. And our data center is protected by multiple firewall devices, email filtering, and continuous monitoring. Our State House network switches, which are run by the Office of Information Technology Service, or OITS, are in secure wiring closets, so there's no physical access to those. Those are also protected with logical controls, passwords, things like that. Network access to the government Wi-Fi is securely encrypted and only accessible to authorized personnel. So essentially, if you have an Active Directory account or a login, you can get on the government network, but nobody without the information can. Our desktops and laptops are protected from viruses and malware using ESET endpoint protection, and our software is continually patched and updated by our staff here at KLOIS to mitigate risks associated with vulnerability management. We've also engaged the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, to provide system security and vulnerability scans. Those scans were actually a child organization for OITS because they do run the network. So we get reports every week on our external IP addresses. Those check for different vulnerabilities. We get those reports, look at them, and then I send out essentially fixes to everyone with it, so we can continue to cut down on those vulnerabilities and address them on a weekly basis. We also contract with external vendors to conduct security assessments, which include network scans for known vulnerabilities and exposed data, scans of the server operating systems, a check of our Exchange email system configuration, our firewall configurations, and recently, as last session, we did social engineering testing utilizing spear phishing emails and phone pretexting. That was run by Optiv. I believe that was brought up in a previous JSET meeting before my time, but I know it was. I know it has been mentioned to me. We also have all the staff participate in security training and response drills, and we maintain a strict change control process for updating systems, which require testing, review, and change approval from KLOIS leadership before production systems are updated. Essentially, with our KLOIS app or any system that you guys touch or may need to use, we make sure that we test and scan everything before rolling it out to everybody. We're also in the middle of doing policy updates and reviews. So I am currently updating our general cybersecurity policy. There is a review and revisal of ITEC 7230 going on right now. So I've kind of put a pause on that so I can align that better with the new policy as opposed to the old policy. I should emphasize that we do have all of these policies in place. I am just updating them, reviewing them, and making sure they're accurate. Password policy That one's updated. We actually did just get the acceptable use of policy approved through KLRD and the revisers. They had a chance to look that over. So all of you will get a chance to see that shortly. Our incident response policy is updated and awaiting final review. I'm updating continuity of operations, backup and disaster recovery. Data center access, change management have also been updated and approved, and our patch management policy is in the final stages of approval currently. As far as procedures go, we are looking at some upgrades, updates, and improvements to system security, hopefully before the next legislative session. The first is multi-factor authentication. We provisioned a Windows G3 license, and we're going to start using Windows Hello, which is a tokenless multi-factor authentication. Essentially what that does is it creates a private and public key pair. That public key is stored on Microsoft servers. So if the servers are ever hacked, all they'll get is the public key, which is useless. The private key is actually going to be stored on the TPM module, which is the trusted program module on your computer. So what that does is if you fall victim to a phishing attack, if anybody in the building falls victim to a phishing attack and they give away their username and password, the bad actor will have to have that physical device to be able to access, to have any access, because they will need that private key part of the pairing, which will be stored on the device. So it's going to be a lot easier for somebody to recognize if they've been breached, if their whole computer's missing. And again, if they give up their username and password, it's not going to affect anybody's access to the system. The other really good thing about that is convenience, because with Windows Hello, as opposed to memorizing and using a 12 to 15 digit password every time you log in, you'll be able to use a 4 to 6 digit PIN. So that'll be numeric. You can just enter the PIN. You'll be put in right away, and it'll actually be more secure than what we're doing now. It'll also cut down on password resets, allow us to reset passwords not using the phone, which was one of the areas that was identified as a problem when we did our penetration testing. So it's going to just create a lot of really good attack surface reduction and convenience for everyone using it. Going into that Windows G3 licensing, that kind of goes into more security modernization process. We're going to be able to utilize tools like Azure and Intune. So that's and I know it's kind of a big scary word about going into the cloud with a lot of the data. Now with the G3 licensing, the good thing about that is we have provisioned a US data center. Ours will be in Iowa. The data never goes anywhere but into that data center. And anybody with access to that specific data center is a United States citizen and has passed multiple background checks. So there's never any doubt about the fact that we're keeping the data within the U.S. and very, very strict access to that. It's kind of going to my next bullet point there. But we'll also be able to use tools like Intune, which is going to make update and patch management very easy and make everything more secure. With that, we'll essentially, and this is transparent to you guys, so you won't see any changes whatsoever. We'll be able to enroll all of the legislative devices into Intune and automatically push out software updates and patches. That way, as long as there's an internet connection, or as soon as there's an internet connection, your computer will be up to date and everything will be patched securely. So again, going back into the weekly vulnerability scans with CISA, they conduct them on all external facing legislative IP addresses, identify vulnerabilities, and then we get rid of those. We've also secured the top level .gov domain. So we now own the domain ks.legislature.gov, which will provide a more secure website experience for users. We are working on testing and evaluation for making that changeover. Our biggest concern there is, with user convenience, users at the legislature are used to going to the .org.net. So we're trying to develop a comprehensive awareness and training program to make sure we get the word out and we start redirecting traffic to the proper website before we start the rollout. We're also considering doing web content filtering. Essentially what that would do is we would select categories such as nudity or violence, and it would block computers from being able to access those websites. If there were, for some reason, a legitimate business reason to access one of those websites, it's essentially the same way you report a computer problem. You'd put a ticket in. We'd allow temporary access to the site. You'd let us know when you were done. We'd block the site again. It's pretty standard practice. It's something we probably really should do, especially with our the open network in the building. We just really don't know what people are doing, what things are going on within the building as far as specific web traffic. I've also created some new security and awareness training that I actually started rolling out a pilot program with the KLOA staff on Monday. So this goes in line with ITech 7230 Alpha and the training requirements that everybody has to conduct security and awareness training once every 12 months, sign your certificate, and that has to be put on file. So we're going to start rolling that out building wide once we get all the kinks worked out. And if you can't produce a certificate saying you've been through cybersecurity training, you're going to have to go through that. My eventual goal is to put that all on a SharePoint site. I'm going to create a training video, and then everybody can go onto the SharePoint site, take the training, acknowledge the form, and I'll be able to track all of that, everything like that. But again, that's just in the beginning stages. So my short-term goals are to continue updating our cybersecurity policies within the building, to roll out MFA to the legislature as a whole, to conduct a thorough inventory of hardware and software assets, and to conduct security and awareness training with all the necessary personnel. Long-term goals is I'd really like to build a cyber-safe culture. What that means is I'd like it to get to the point where everybody, before they do anything on their machine, thinks, okay, is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? Should I be doing this? Is this the safest way to do this? What can I do to make sure my experience while using legislative information systems is as safe as possible? I'd also like to utilize the available information sharing partnerships to enhance our cybersecurity knowledge and awareness. I think, one of the things that I've noticed is that I think we kind of have a lack of communication, especially between state agencies, especially in the area of cybersecurity, which is really all I can comment on. And I'd like to create a more cohesive environment, or work towards fostering a more cohesive environment where we really share information readily, and we're all on the same page. I'd also like to strengthen our cybersecurity utilizing NIST frameworks. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They have a pretty robust framework program, especially for critical infrastructure. They basically provide you, it's all voluntary, but they provide you a bunch of best practices, and you kind of evaluate your organizational cybersecurity based on their best practices, and they give you roadmaps to fix it and things like that. I'd like to institute a defense in-depth cybersecurity strategy, which is essentially making sure we have layer upon layer of security. So if one layer fails, we've got another layer backing that up. Adopting a zero trust philosophy, which I've touched on briefly in the committee before. It's essentially where we don't trust, our information systems don't trust anything until it's authenticated. The way it's traditionally set up and the way we do it now, we trust everything, and we block bad things as they come in. We want to do the opposite of that. We want to trust nothing and allow the good things. That way, nobody bad can get in by accident. It's the easiest way to put that. And then I want to conduct security and awareness training. I also want to, continue that security and awareness training long term, because that's going to keep going to foster that cyber safe culture. And that's all for the open presentation I have. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Any questions for Michael? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. You listed a lot of things. The vulnerabilities are broad that currently exist with the legislature and its system. What are your priorities? What are you going to put in place first?
So I mean, first priority right now is security and awareness training. Like I said, the biggest point of failure is going to be the people. So we need to make sure everybody's trained up on how to do things properly. As far as specific solutions, we'll go over that in the executive session.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, who made the decision to go to the cloud?
That I'll defer to Alan Weiss on that one, Senator.
At this time, we're using some cloud technology. For example, like the WebEx system, that is a cloud technology. There's services that we can't do internally. We have to have in the cloud. Another one is, we have to migrate to Microsoft Office 365, which is a cloud-based email system. We don't have any options there. So, we're evaluating each system in the business case and where the service is provided and trying to make the best decision about whether it's going to be on-prem or off-prem as we go.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I have one other question. Bob, Michael, Murphy, what's your background?
Yes, Senator. So I spent 8 years in the Army. I did information and communications security. I worked on policies back up in disaster recovery. I trained brigades on communications security. I set up tactical voice and data networks using secure and non-secure protocols, across varying degrees of terrain using satellites, different things like that. But essentially everything was secured. And like I said, I was in charge of the information and communications security program for a brigade-sized element, which was about 2,000 people for my last couple of years in. When I got out, I got a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity, well, computer and information sciences with a focus on cybersecurity, and I have a master's degree in cybercrime and digital investigations.
Any other questions? That's Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, all of our laptops have the ability to use our fingerprint to open it. Is that more secure than the 4 to 6 digit? And I've always wondered why we haven't enabled those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wassinger, so I mean, it's really, it's not more or less secure. It's just a different way of authentication. We haven't really started with biometrics here because there's different storage requirements we have to meet according to ITech policy that we currently don't meet. So, once we get a look at that, and we'll put the proper systems in place, so that will be an option. But as far as security is concerned, it's equally secure.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to go into executive session. Natalie, you have the. Okay. I'm going to have Representative Curtis do that. And Alan, how did we want Michael in and you in, and then John Langer, Eric Teal, and Donnie Hinton, we just have them available if questions are needed?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll 11:50. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-431-9A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate personnel pursuant to KSA 75-431-9B 12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 North of the State House at 11:55, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent records.
Second by Representative Wassinger. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, we are now in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee of Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-431-19A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate personnel pursuant to KSA 75-431-9B-12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 12:30 PM, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
All right. We are back in open session. We are going to now adjourn until 1:45. So we'll see everybody back at 1:45. Committee, let's go ahead and get started. Get my agenda out here. We're going to start with a presentation of previous judicial IT security audits. Katrin is from Legislative Post Audit is going to present those, and that will be in a closed session. So I guess we'll give it to, we were trying to make it so you didn't have to. I know, that's so probably till Katrin, we had an hour. Is that still what you think? Okay. Okay. So 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the open meeting and the Joint Committee of Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures with the appropriate personnel pursuant to KSA 754319B 12C. Because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the security measures, that the committee resume its open meeting in room 582 North of the State House at 3 o'clock p.m. To this record, this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent record.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Wassinger. All those in favor say aye. Those same sign, motion carried. Let's go ahead and get started. I don't know. It's what? Hello? Oh, there we are. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. Just so you know, for those that are present, we are going to immediately go in executive session, and then there will be possibly some question and answer time in public after the executive session. So, Representative Curtis, would you like
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75431-9A to discuss matters related to security measures with the following people. Marissa Bayless, do I need to read the titles? Jeff Maxson, Amy Deckert, Ann Madden Johnson, Stephanie Smith, Kelly O'Brien, and Bill Stewart. Pursuant to KSA 75431-9B12C, because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 4:15 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Second.
say aye? All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we are entering an executive session. All right, we are back in public session, and Marissa, you could come up and introduce yourself and.
My name is Marisa Bayless. I'm the special counsel to Chief Justice Lukert. I first want to thank Jeff Maxon, the state's chief information officer from OITS, and all their assistants. And also to thank Kansans for their patience as we work forward to bringing the system back online. We know that this is a difficult process. It's not ideal, and we understand that. We are going to continue examining our systems, understanding what happened, how it happened, and how we can bring the system back online in a very safe environment. We want that to be done as quickly as possible, but the priority right now is safety to ensure that court users, once they come back online, can have respect for the system that we bring back online. Bringing the system back online will likely be done in phases as we work towards creating some public portal options for individuals in the Judicial Center, as well as some clerk stations to help provide service to the district courts as we continue that rollout. We understand the desire for systems to be back online as soon as possible. As we experienced in these last weeks, situations can change, but that sometimes causes delays in our goals. We want to thank our employees and the Kansas public again for their patience. We know this is stressful and disruptive to their day-to-day lives, and we do not take that lightly. Again, our goal is to bring our system back online, and we will safely and continue to do that. I can answer any questions.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here, Marissa, and thank you for your team, and we hope that you're able to get it up as quickly as possible.
Thank
and,
you.
Good luck. Committee, we are going to have one more meeting. November 15th will be our last meeting. We will take enough time for that to have some committee discussion. So if in the meantime, if you have some recommendations that you would like to include, go ahead and send them to James if you'd like, or just bring them to the meeting, and so that we can get those recommendations put together for next week, or a couple weeks, I guess it is. So thank you for being here. Thank you for enduring some the long executive session. And with that, we are adjourned.